Praise the Lord. Welcome to OnPointe, the number one Saturday morning Christian-based call-in talk show in America, live every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. on any smart device at David G. Evans 1. That's at David G. Evans, the number one. Thank you for joining us once again and making this continually the number one Saturday morning Christian-based call-in talk show in America. Won't you call somebody, inbox them, tweet them, text them? Won't you tag at least 5 people? Let them know that OnPointe is on once again. Of course, my world-famous co-host, Reverend Nicholas Smith, is here with us. I'm Bishop David G. Evans. Our phone number is 866-743-8267. That's 866-743-8267. Give us a call. That's 866-743-EVANS. Give us a call. Talk about those things that pertain to culture, of course, faith and religion, politics, sports, all those things that we believe will keep you informed, keep you ahead of the curve, and make sure that you're a well-informed, critically thinking Christian, a well-informed, critically thinking Christian that can discuss various topics with authority and knowledge, not supposition. If you want opinions, you can go to the salon or go to the barbershop. But we try to give you everything from a biblical perspective. Everything from a biblical perspective that you might, that's better. Everything from a biblical perspective that you might get a kingdom view of the things that are going on around you. Nick, what's going on, man?
I'm here. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Trying to make it for an old man, as you say.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's going to become more and more evident.
Right.
I realize I can get hurt sleeping.
Yeah, wake up and stuff ain't
I
right.
do pain. Get hurt. What happened? Was I running in my sleep? Was I in a fight in my sleep? Just, oh, man.
You sleep wrong, your neck hurts.
Oh, man. And Lord knows, don't let a draft blow on you.
Right.
I was just talking to a pastor, and they were telling us about how when you go away to preach, used to, most of the hotels have the vent blowing right down on your head.
Yeah,
and
I hate that.
Man, I used to have to sleep down the end of the bed or either bring a wool hat with me, man.
Yep.
Bring a wool hat with me and put that on when I got in the bed, man, because you wake up in the morning, you have no voice.
Mm-hmm. Especially them old ones where the vent's on the bottom of the
Oh.
floor, and it's right there by your bed.
Yeah, that one's not as bad as the one that's either on the side of the wall or right above your head. That thing
right
just...
there. Yeah.
I slept at the end of so many beds in hotels, man. Had to get away from that. I tried it one time. Well, I'll just keep the covers over my head. Woke up, man. I went to preach. My voice was like, "No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this." No. When you work with your voice, you make your living that way. It's you learn that your voice has a mind of its own.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not giving you that today.
Yeah. You on your own today.
You better stick to these 3 tones right here, because we're not going any further.
Right. And that's when content matters.
Oh, duh.
You got something to say?
You better have something to say when you don't have the vocal gifts to support it, man.
Yeah, man.
So, of course, the guilty verdict was this week.
Yeah.
And simultaneously, a 15-year-old girl was killed by police in Ohio. A policewoman rather, who stopped another policeman's chokehold on a suspect. Who was fired because of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, turned out she's going to get a pension and all her back pay. But that story just confirmed some things for me, that, you have the nerve to try to do the right thing and stop someone from killing someone. You lose your job, and then basically they blackball you out of the police force.
Mm-hmm. There's this video if I gotta find it, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
It was during a police training, and the guy that was doing the training was actually talking about killing civilians as like a normal thing, part of the job.
Wow.
And he equated, stress relievers. He basically and he said in the video that sometimes you're stressed out, you may kill somebody, you go home, and you go home, and out of nowhere this exhilaration comes. You have the best sex of your life. And and these are people training the police. I mean, and he was joking about
just like winning a ball game or something.
Yeah, like
wow,
that rush to
unbelievable.
It's crazy.
You know what we haven't had yet that I think we need to have? We need to have our law enforcement relationships.
Yeah.
Do a panel with us on this
Sure.
whole thing. We've done a panel on everything, but I would like to
Yeah.
hear both sides of the equation.
Yeah.
You know, and we've got some very good people in law enforcement, from prisons to detectives to internal affairs. I mean, we've got all those officers are in relationships with us, so I think that would be a great panel
Sure.
for the people to get informed and ask the questions they need to ask.
Okay.
I see the Republicans are not in favor of a little. How can you so blatantly pad the Supreme Court and then get upset when the opposite parties? You have a younger perspective than I do about some things, and you're an old man about other things. But tell me, what is it? Do politicians? Let's put it this way: do politicians depend upon the American public's willful ignorance concerning things? I mean, how do you do all of the things that you said you wouldn't do, and then when your opposite party comes in and starts doing the exact same things, you seem to forget everything you did in the past?
From what I've heard talking to a conservative about this topic,
Okay.
was, the Supreme Court at the most usually has around 9 people.
Okay.
Which is that right now.
Yeah.
And they said what McConnell and all them did the past couple of years was by the books.
Yes.
And by the law. So I bring up, well, there is no constitutional requirement for a certain number
There isn't.
for a Supreme Court.
There isn't.
So they
can do what they want to do.
They can do what they want
They're
to
in
do.
power. They
Yeah.
can do what they want to do.
That is just what traditionally has always been 9. But I'm like, but y'all love the Constitution. Y'all love the law. There's no law saying.
They only love it when it's convenient.
It's a slippery slope when it's them.
Yeah.
When it's not them, but it's the slippery,
And that whole slippery slope, I had a boardroom conversation one year when I was chair of a board, and one of the members of the board, who happened to be a politician, said the decision we were going to make was a slippery slope. And I said, I beg to differ. And the whole room perked up. I said, I find that people use the slippery slope analogy when they don't want to support a decision. I said, you don't have to support it. So here's what you're implying to us, is that if we make this decision, we can't make a decision that is counter to this if we feel it's necessary.
Right.
I said, don't tell me because we make this decision, we got to make 10 more just like it.
Yeah.
I said, so don't give me that slippery slope nonsense. And he wasn't happy with me.
A slippery slope is only if your initial decision is horrible in the first place, right?
And you got to keep, and it's almost like you can't make a different decision in principle than the one you've just made.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
If you make a decision and find out that it was the wrong decision, you have to make a counter decision. You just can't keep making it.
Yeah.
Like you're on a slope and you can't.
Yeah,
you can't.
yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I tell you. So a Virginia cop was fined for falsifying information and planted evidence in 400 convictions.
400.
Now, I am not in favor of defunding the police, but these types of things do indicate that there needs to be some changes in the way things are done. Because how can you do 400 of these and get away with it?
Yep.
And I would be interested to see what kind of cases they were and who they involved.
7 were felonies. Of course, most of them were African American.
Okay.
Now, the crazy thing is this 400 was just in Virginia. He was on their job for 3 years and did all this. 3 years.
403?
3 years, right? Then he resigned and went to somewhere in Florida.
Okay.
He was working there for about 6 or 7 months. When they found this out, they fired him. So now they're investigating. Did he do the same thing in Florida?
Okay.
So who knows how many more people he did this to? So they're looking to overturn a lot of this stuff, of course.
Unbelievable.
25 years old.
What about 25? So he was trying to pad his arrest
That's what it
record?
looks
Is that
like.
what he's doing?
That's what it looked like, to try to get ahead, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So we see with COVID, Johnson & Johnson vaccine will resume with a safety warning. Pfizer and Moderna are both working on boosters, which to me is a logical progression, because if we are continuing to exhibit risky behavior as a country, then the virus has more of an opportunity to morph into something that it wasn't in the beginning. So I think boosters are going to be absolutely essential going forward.
Yep, absolutely.
Because we insist on incubating this thing,
Yeah.
and giving a platform for rapid change.
Yep.
Now, working from home is causing more breakdowns. What kind of breakdowns?
Mental and emotional. I guess from talking to people that work from home, they talk about the stress is different because they're up earlier and they're working later.
Why are they up earlier?
Because their jobs are requiring them to, because they're from their boss's perspective, is y'all's home.
Yeah.
Your commute's been cut.
Yeah.
So they're working like nonstop from beginning to end versus, union, you have a break,
Right.
you have lunch, you have a break.
Well, you don't have a union. You have salary position. You have break.
Well, you have a break, but for this, from the ones I've talked to, the few I've talked to, their jobs are like, they act like they have no life outside of work. So they're working nonstop from X amount of time to X amount of time.
That's probably a club foot reaction, in this sense, that they're over controlling, trying to make sure that the productivity and the fidelity to the task is there. But the reality is that if you're leaving your house an hour and a half before you go to work, and you're traveling the same amount of time at the end of your day, and you're working let's say 8 hours. So that's a 10, 11-hour day that has to do with work, commuting, work, and then commuting. Maybe my math is wrong, but the day committed to work is not that different.
Well, I think it's because what you're doing. So you got the half-hour, 40-minute drive to work. You get to decompress. You get to, listen to music. You're relaxing on the job.
Is that what people do on the way to work?
Sometimes they do that. Yeah, they're relaxing on the way home.
Okay,
They're processing.
We're not talking about execs and people with high pressure jobs.
We're talking about some people they're not execs, but they have pressure.
Because most people in their commute, they prepare for the day they're going to face. And then most of them that I know, especially top level people, do a Michael Corleone on the day on the way home. So that when they get home, their work day is over.
Yeah. It all depends. And then you have the social relationships on the job. You can talk to people versus now you're stuck in the house by yourself.
Now you bring me back to my point that I was going to make. Spoke of this illustration the other day concerning Mephibosheth, I believe, sitting at David's table, and how his infirmity was covered in the glory of the Lord's table, but also covered in the gathering at the table. Because he appears, as he's sitting at the table, to be just like everyone else. It is only when the glory of that table was removed, or when he is taken out of that context, that his lameness, if you will, is revealed. I believe in my heart that what has happened is that the covering of being at the job, the covering for Christians of coming to church has been lifted. And now we're watching a whole lot of infirmities start to emerge. Does that make any sense?
No, it does.
Okay.
It does. And I think, for some people are okay by themselves for hours at a time. Some people are fine with that.
Like you.
Yeah, I'm literally
And me.
okay. And you,
And me.
Yeah,
And me.
it's not. It doesn't stress me out much.
No.
I need the right people around me.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Some people, the extroverts, are saying they're having a hard time with the quarantine because they're
Okay.
used to the social
They're
interaction.
used
of
to the
everything.
distractions.
Yeah, they're used to being to get to talk to people and.
Extroversion to me, oftentimes, Bishop Gandy's on the phone, oftentimes indicates a lack of peace within yourself because they can't be alone. My mother taught me that if I have to come in the house, and I used to do this, and she was right. I would come in the house, I'd turn the TV on, I'd either turn the stereo on or the radio on at the same time, and then find some activity to do. And I told her that one day. She said, "What is all that sound in your house?" She said, "Well, I got the TV on in one room, I got the radio on in another room." She said, "You don't have any peace. You need to get some peace because you need to be distracted the entire time." And that's really, are we going? Nothing wrong with going out. Are you going to the movie in safe times?
Yeah, right.
Are you going to the movies because you're really interested in the movie, or you're trying to get distracted from your life, or both.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know, so I can see how extroverts would really see the world closing in on them because they're always distracting themselves with activities.
Talking to people and
Yeah,
going out,
yeah,
doing all
yeah.
that stuff.
Don't have to face yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's go to line
It's
one.
complex, yeah.
This is On Point, 866-743-8267, 866-743-8267. Gandhi! Gandhi! Bishop, you listening to your radio?
Right.
I'm talking to you, Bishop. Bishop Gandhi, Egg Harbor. Let's put him on hold. We'll go back.
Yeah, he'll hear it eventually.
You'll hear it eventually. Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
I got two quickies. One is when you're talking about people being stressed at work. Not popular to believe, but I'm reading Forbes magazine maybe a year or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
One thing, Americans do not take vacation like they're supposed to.
Okay.
They leave it on the books. Number two, per hour, we make a lot more per hour than the rest of the world, but there's more produced per hour by Americans than anybody else on the planet. Number two is the best BMWs in the world are coming out of South Carolina. The best Honda motorcycles are coming out of Minnesota. Americans get down. Just that, I think we make, money and, industry always says, lazy American workers. No, they ain't lazy.
Okay.
And,
I think I lost your point.
Yeah.
Point is, I think what Reverend Nick was saying as far as people being stressed out working from home,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's an American thing right now. We look at this thing, we have to do better. A lot of Americans really do want to do the right thing when it comes to work.
Okay.
And I think that's the reason why I see the stressed out folks at home.
Do you think that perhaps we're seeing an emergence of work being somewhat therapeutic as well as vocational?
Yes, but you have to figure out where that line is between work and enjoying your life and family.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something to what Tom is trying to allude to.
Okay.
They're doing these studies,
Yeah.
and they're talking about how capitalism usually doesn't care about the employee; it cares more about the exec.
Profit. Yep.
Profit
Exact.
is more. So if it was up to some employers, they will work you to the bone and let you die, and then move on to somebody else.
Which is why you're automating positions as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they do studies like in places I think like Japan and somewhere else, where they give their employees a siesta and make them take an hour or two off to take a nap, eat lunch, and relax. And they actually found they're more productive at work on that break.
Yeah.
Like I think we're more productive around here because we kind of have.
We flex.
You going to work, but
Yeah.
there's a flex there.
We flex, but but there's an independence that you have to be able to
Absolutely.
Manage.
Yes.
If you can't manage the independence, then you can't work it here.
Absolutely.
But if you can manage the independence,
Yep.
Some people can't operate under the liberty of being self-employed.
Yep.
And when you have an entrepreneurial model as a work system, and everyone's working on an entrepreneurial model, then they have to be able to manage the discipline of being self-employed.
Right.
You have to be very self-motivated, I believe, to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I was talking yesterday to a long-term friend, and we were talking about how people get bored with their profession. And I remarked to him, just like I did in the book coming up, Creating a Blessing in the Workplace, that that people stop motivating themselves. And just when they are able to monetize their skill, they see that as monotony, and now I need to change something.
Right.
When you've just gotten the expertise in your chosen career to be able to monetize your discipline, your ability, past just going to work every day.
Right. Yep.
And people say, well, I want to try something else. And normally that's right when you become an expert.
Yeah.
When people are ready to buy your services and you know enough to compete.
Right. Yep. And I think, some people, how can I say this nicely?
You can't.
Okay. I think somebody brought a lie out and said that everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. That is not true.
No, that's not true.
Not everybody has that mindset.
No.
So those people who, you've been an employee and an employer. For those people who, they feel like they're in a rat race because it's like all I do is work and they're not really management material.
Right.
I think you answered the question, having something a skill outside of what you do to bring fulfillment in your life, where you're not just
absolutely
in the rat race all day
absolutely
long,
I mean,
you're drained by life.
And I'm not sure whether people a lot of people when I'm having overhearing conversations, part of conversations, a lot of people want the reward but don't want the work.
Yep.
So I want a business, but I don't. Most people say I want to be in business for myself, and a lot of people, not most, and don't really understand what it takes to be an entrepreneur. The kind of dedication and single-mindedness, especially when you're building the business. What we admire is the business after it has matured and all those 100-hour weeks are gone. Now you're working 30 hours and 40 hours a week. We admire that part and think that part is the part that is immediate, but it's not.
It's not. I heard somebody say there's no such thing as an overnight success.
No, sir.
You're right. We see the outcome.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a chef when I was a young man, and somebody gave me a book to read about how many hours they put in.
Yeah.
I ended up working for Lockheed Martin.
Chefs put in a ton of work, man.
I was like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, ton of work, man. It's almost like people being jealous of one another's position without knowing what it took to get to that place. Because most people do not want to sacrifice what others have had to sacrifice in order to reach a certain dimension in life. Tom, it's good talking to you, man.
Hey, great. You guys have a great day.
You too, man.
care,
Talk
man.
to you soon. Thanks for calling us again. Bye-bye. Gandy.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man. How you doing this morning?
How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Listen, I am thoroughly enjoying the discussion. I always learn so much.
God bless you, man. Your Episcopal Eminence. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Listen, I have a quick question for you. You mentioned that you are not in support of defunding the police. I'd like you to elaborate on that. If you can explain to people exactly what defunding the police means, and then perhaps why you're not in support of it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
My
man.
understanding of defunding is not what many people think it to be. It's not, defunding as in discontinuing to fund, but rather to redirect where money go and to not prioritize some of the undesired and unnecessary behaviors that have become so problematic. Can you just
Yeah, I think you've kind of explained it. The typical it's no different than Black Lives Matter. The title is something that speaks to most people, but the mission statement would cause a lot of people a lot of angst if they read it.
Right.
So when they talk about defunding the police, the overall public understanding of that and the way the opposites are projecting it is that those that are against retooling our justice system speak of refunding as if it's abolishment, but it's not abolishment. The defunding, as people are understanding it, is that stuff being taken away that's going to weaken the ability to enforce justice. But the reality is that really defunding is moving some things into training and adding some departments, psychological things, and kind of putting some systems in place. This is my idea of defunding. If you're going to defund the police, they need to call it something else, Bishop Gandy.
Right.
What they need to really say is that we need to put money for training. We need to put money in place for continual training. Screening needs to be done at a higher level. Weapons training, all the stress training, all that kind of stuff needs to be part of the police force. And I think that when some millennials, when they talk about defunding, in their frenzy, they actually think we need to get rid of the police, which is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard in the world.
Yeah.
It's a matter of retooling the system as well as law enforcement, not getting rid of law enforcement. And
Yep.
I think the public's understanding is that defunding means that law enforcement is going to go away. That makes no sense. If you live in one of the most crime-free neighborhoods in the world, that makes no sense.
Yep.
You know, so for me, I think there needs to be an increase in budget. I've never thought they made enough money.
Yep.
You know, you paying me to go to the danger. I need to make some decent money, but you also need to make sure I'm an individual that psychologically, as much as possible, psychologically can handle that kind of stress.
Excellent, sir. I appreciate that. And again, you gentlemen are always so much of a blessing, and I always enjoy listening to you.
Man, how's the ministry going? You doing all right?
We're doing all right, man. We're doing all right. God is good, and we're like everybody else. We just continue to do what the Lord says to do, and God is still blessing.
Man, it's a phenomenal season.
It really is.
For those that have stayed close to the fact that this ministry does not belong to us.
Amen.
It's built on Christ Jesus.
Yep.
And if we remain conscious of who owns it, we will allow him to work through it and not hinder his move, because in stormy times he really shows up strong. And I don't know about you, Bishop, but I have never in my lifetime, and Pastor Nick has heard me say this before, I've never in my lifetime seen wisdom viewed as a lack of faith as I have in these last 12 months.
Well, it's an interesting time we're living in, and just encourage everybody to just stay in faith and keep believing God, and stay in the Word, and keep doing what the Lord has given us to do in our hands.
Yeah, and be wise.
Be wise.
Yeah, man. Good talking to you, man. Get a family my girls here.
Will do.
All right. Bye-bye now. 866-743-8267. That's 866-743-8267. This is On Point, the #1 Saturday morning Christian-based call-in talk show in America. Now, we have COVID
Yes. On the 14th of May.
vaccines on the 14th of May.
Yep.
How do the people register for that?
If you go to our social media pages,
Okay.
we've posted the links on every single one.
Okay.
We're going to keep posting them until
Yeah.
we get them until the day of. Or
Right.
if you're not comfortable on social media or that's not your thing, you can call Pastor Prescott here at the church, extension 107, or call me, extension 317.
Okay.
And we can register you for the vaccine on the 14th.
Yeah.
From 2 to 4 p.m.
Yeah, and they've already assured me that if the demand is great, they'll have more than one day during that time period,
Okay.
or to extend the hours or something. So we're
Good.
going to be in good shape.
Good.
I'm noticing something. I've watched people who spent the entire year COVID-free, and I've seen several of them catch it in the last 30 or 45 days.
Yep.
They went an entire year, and some were kind of confused. Why? This thing, viruses are a numbers game. It is exposures to circles of people, and in that context, the more you expose yourself to people you cannot reasonably predict who they're with, the more you have your chances or odds are that you're going to be exposed to the virus.
Yep.
People are catching the variants. People are ending up in the hospital after they've been vaccinated, because you can't just decide to go without caution at all because you had a vaccine. I mean, the nurse told me before I was leaving to get my shot, she said, "Now don't run out here and start partying and stuff. Just keep yourself in reserve and keep guarding yourself."
Yeah.
Which makes sense to me.
And you're right, Pete, that one of our nurses works at a hospital. She said the hospitals are filling back up in New Jersey, and it's not just old folk, it's the young folk.
It's young folk.
And because they're thinking we all are vaccinated, so we all can hang. But again, you can't control where everybody's been.
No. And because our behavior is so aberrant as a nation, we are giving this virus a real strong platform to variant. And these variants are becoming a problem.
Yep. Absolutely.
Which is why these boosters are being developed, and all this other stuff's going on.
Yeah.
I think we need to get a grip on ourselves. And I know you and I said humorously that they had the wrong marketing campaign, asking people to think about other people when they should have said, look out for yourself. And then everybody would start wearing a mask.
Absolutely. They don't care about other people.
Is it me, or am I watching too many of these people demand? Now, there's a virus out here, they know it. And you're going to come in my store and argue with me about how you have to serve me. What is that?
You people that don't want to wear.
They don't want to wear a mask, and they all these videos all over the place.
Americans,
Yeah. What is that?
Americans, they feel like it's not that big of a deal. I have the rights as an American to do this. Well,
you're impacting the lives of other people.
Yeah, and your rights doesn't mean don't wear a mask. I'm sorry. It's just America doesn't mean you do what you want to do.
We're back to this thing we said a couple of years ago, which is clear to me. Your freedom of speech does not take away my freedom to respond.
Absolutely.
You believe you have a right to come into my place of business uncovered, shouting all over the place, and I believe I have a right to keep you from doing that.
Absolutely.
But it for some reason, some First Amendment people think that them exercising their First Amendment rights takes away your First Amendment.
Absolutely. Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Americans are entitled. You have to serve me. No, I don't.
No,
I don't.
No,
I don't.
We were actually doing business before you walked in the door.
Right. we will after too.
And we'll continue. So it's every time I see one of these videos, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And I do have to say, I've been doing something I shouldn't have been doing. I've watched several of these police interaction videos. And while I'm watching it, I'm telling myself, you need to turn away from this.
Yeah.
Because it's very disturbing at a very base level.
It is. I watched the necessary one. So the 15-year-old girl, Ma'Khia Bryant, I watched that one.
Okay.
Because of, I'm telling you, I get people's emotions. Did you watch it?
I've seen it.
Did you see both videos?
What do you mean both?
There's another one from one of the neighbors across the street, gave a view from across the street.
No.
So you had the cop view.
Okay.
You have somebody across the street.
Okay.
This one's going to be harder to convict.
Well, I don't think
Much harder.
I don't think it can be.
Yeah.
I mean, she was about to stab the woman.
Yeah.
So there's nothing else to do.
From the other side, they showed her go down this way, and I mean, even if she blacked out, just wasn't paying attention, she got up, went over to the, and I get it. There is a variant. We've seen them not shoot other white people.
Yeah.
In the same similar circumstance.
Okay. Did they let somebody get stabbed?
That's the thing. And the other part too is that some people say the taser. Well, the distance between the officer and her, it was too far for him to shoot the taser.
And the taser might not have stopped her.
Yeah. So it's like
not in that frenzy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everything happened.
It was split second.
That's what I'm saying. You've been around a gunfight before.
Yeah.
Everything is like this.
Yeah.
And it's it's just. I'm not saying she should have got shot, but it was just like
I'm laughing at the fact you say I've been around one. I've been in it.
I don't want to throw that out there, but you know what I'm saying. I ain't want to go that far.
Back in the day.
Back in the day,
yes. And there's not a whole lot of thinking time.
Yeah, it's
reactions.
Like this.
It's reactions.
So if an officer's not sure what's going on, his first thought is, I need to save this other woman.
But she was like this.
Stabbed.
She was like this.
Yeah.
So I don't know what else he could have done.
I mean, I'm not condoning. I'm just saying
we're not condoning violence, but it looked like he saved the other woman's life.
That's what it was. That's from both angles.
Yeah.
Because like from the across the street angle, you saw her go down. Well, her and her dad, and I guess the other woman, whoever was fighting, and it was like this, and then she just went over.
Yeah.
It just
like she wasn't done.
In the court of law, it's not going to hold up.
Oh no,
it's
not
going
at
to
all.
hold up.
Not at all.
It's just
not at all.
It's not.
Yeah. We got Danny from Florida. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning, Bishop. How you doing, Pastor Nick, staff? How's everyone?
How you doing, man?
Trying to hang in and just observing things that are happening down here. As far. As
I need you to bring us up from a ground level view, if you can.
Yes.
Regarding this anti-riot legislation in your state.
Yes, that's what I've been warning y'all about. What's happening down here? They're really trying to reshape not only the political situation but the atmosphere, and to do whatever they can to create laws that would make it righteous and safe for somebody to do harm to someone else. and be totally in the clear.
So it's almost like the stand your ground thing with the guns.
It's even more hideous and more vicious than that. One can go ahead and just look for a riot or something like that and just run over people, and then they say, well, I felt unsafe, I felt threatened, and what have you. And it makes it also, if you're participating in something or you happen to be in the area, or a police officer can say, well, I think that this person was part of that particular group, and they can hold you for a certain time, and they can do certain things, just whatever they want to do.
Well, tell me this. There's generally a difference between rioters and protesters. Normally,
Yes.
when there are people of color in the street protesting, they're rioters. And normally, when people are Caucasian, they're protesting. Now, when we saw January 6th happen, are they calling them protesters, rioters, or terrorists?
They called them protesters. That's what I saw.
Yeah, protesters, but they were responding to the commands of the commander in chief.
But that doesn't change the fact that I don't know how you kill people and you're still called a protester. How do you storm government property and you're still called a protester? It was a riot. The only thing that changed it from being a riot, it was not majority people of color out there doing the protesting.
Yeah, I was trying to search through and see, anyone of color that was, in the group.
There were a few.
But they were hard, few and in between.
Yeah, but I don't know. And I could be wrong about this, and you all correct me. I don't know how you're part of a group that's using ethnic slurs on their way into or during their protest. How you're part of a group and part of the slurs are directed at people that look like you. I mean, that's stupid.
Yeah, they're stupid. Yes.
And
so at that point, they're not part of the ethnic group, even though they look like they are.
And that's a very good point, because when you look at what's happening, and they more or less, and I believe it was last year that I would talk with Pastor Nick about this, when they were having the Martin Luther King parade.
Oh yeah.
And how they got a part of the parade. What happened? They were not originally a part of the parade.
Okay.
But they came in under a false banner. They were supposed to be one group.
Okay.
And then once they started marching down the street, they changed their signs.
Oh, really?
Yes. And they came under one organization. Then once the parade started, they changed their signs.
Okay.
And the signs read "Blacks for Trump."
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, this excited the crowd. I mean, the crowd got into a frenzy.
Okay.
And one young man, he was about to run up. I said, please. I said, don't do that. You're doing exactly what they want you to do. Okay, what they're trying to do, they're trying to get news coverage. They're trying to go ahead and get you excited, and they're trying to get votes. Don't do it. Please don't do it.
What I don't understand, Danny, are the Candace Owenses of the world. But I say that, and I need to retract that, because I do understand. It is not about racial equality, especially since she's an individual who has sued organization because she felt she was discriminated against. But I believe in all my heart that we're watching these individuals, and it is more about money and social media presence and connecting with advertising dollars than it is about the rights of people. Because how can you, with the Owens lady and some others that I've watched, how can you espouse that some of these things, like I saw her espouse that the Breonna Taylor incident was basically Breonna's fault. I mean, if somebody breaks in your house and shoots you while you're laying in the bed, I mean, I don't understand how much of a threat you are.
Right.
Yeah.
And she did the same thing with George Floyd. That it was not brutality, and it wasn't this and it wasn't that.
Yeah.
But she's another one of those people. Are you going to believe what I'm telling you? Going to believe your lying eyes?
Yeah. And another thing that they did, and that was underhanded, was, I don't know if you heard of it there, is that the governor had an investigation on our superintendent of schools here in Broward.
Okay.
Okay. Subsequently, they had him arrested this week.
Really?
Yes. Reason being, if you look at the history, he's been one of the ones that was resisting the fact about demanding that the kids go to school when he said, no, I'm going to keep our students, make sure that they're safe and what have you. And he was trying to create a safe environment for them as far as the corona and what have you. So they had him arrested going back several years, saying that he made false statements about the Stoneman Douglas situation.
Well, it's not uncommon in a municipality not too far from here that I'm very familiar with. There was a young man who came in as a principal and increased the test scores and lowered the crime rate so that, when crime rates are lowered in school districts, the allocations are reduced by about $3,000 or $4,000 per student. And he went in. Kids were going to school. Truancy was not good. Was improving. I mean, everything was improving. And because of the difference in allocations, the local government decided he needed to be out. And they set up this entire scenario using a young woman at the school and had her go into the auditorium at a certain time when he was doing his rounds, and then she walked out of the auditorium. She messed up her hair while she was inside. And all of this, Danny, was because the mother of the child was promised a job.
Wow.
And was willing to try to ruin this young man's reputation. But of course he was proven right in court, and one of the things that happened was the pastor of the mother let me know that this had happened, and I was able to call the powers that be and have a conversation that this is what's really going on, and the thing exploded on him. But it was a political ploy to get this man out of his job, because obviously the allocation money was not going to the school system.
Yeah.
Somehow they were funneling it off. I don't know how you get millions of dollars and kids have no books. That's fundamental.
But keep an eye on what I've been telling you all the time about this. Where he's trying to set himself up to run for president.
I don't understand when did protesting become un-American?
Lawful gathering is allowed by the Constitution.
It is. So what happened to that? So Florida's going to be separate from the Constitution?
They're trying to do that, and the next thing that they're trying to do is that they're trying to set up a copycat of Georgia voting rights and what have you. That's the next thing on their agenda.
Unbelievable. How's my sister doing?
She's doing great.
Please tell her I asked for her.
Will do.
And you cutting the grass again today?
I'm going to take it easy today and relax, maybe get a little lemonade or something like that. Sit out front.
No swimming today?
That's a good idea, man. It might be a beach day.
Wait, don't go to the beach, brother. Don't go to the beach. Wait a couple more months, okay? Don't go to the beach.
Right.
No, it should get up to maybe 89.
I'm not talking about temperature. I'm talking about COVID. Stay away from the beach, bro.
Okay.
Stay away from the beach. All right, man. Talk to you.
All right. Be blessed.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
We're going to Tiffany from South Carolina, 866-743. 8267-866-743-8267. Why don't you tag a couple people, tell them to join us for our conversation today at David G. Evans 1.
Can I say something real
Go
quick?
ahead, man.
Just for those in the comments section, I just want
Yeah.
to clear something up with this Ma'Khia Bryant case.
Okay.
We're looking at this case isolated as what it is. We can acknowledge that we've seen police let Kyle Rittenhouse walk around with a gun, not kill him. All these other people do stuff. And we're just saying, from the video, from both sides, you present that in the court of law.
He's not going to get convicted.
They're not going to consider
He's not gonna
those
do it.
other events.
He's not going to do it.
And they're talking about
because they can't bring those other events into the consideration.
because this is not the same
No,
situation.
they're not connected. Every legal case is supposed to be
It's
independent.
That's right.
Okay.
And then the whole why didn't he just shoot her in the leg? Police are trained in a situation.
That's
where somebody,
TV. That's Cowboys.
TV.
No.
Well, their aim should be so good.
No,
That's
no,
not
no, that's not how life works.
body mass. The biggest part of your body is where
Is
they're
where-
told.
that's right.
No. Right.
Right.
They're supposed to shoot
Yeah,
at.
yeah. From neck to waist.
Yes. Because I mean,
This ain't Silverado.
Thank you. Because if he shot her in the inner leg, what if the bullet would have went through her leg and hit the other girl?
Well,
then it just
evidently the guy was a marksman because he fired 4 shots,
Mm-hmm.
and I was concerned that he was going to hit the other
Yeah.
lady because she was there.
yeah. I mean, I thought 4 shots was a lot.
Well,
I mean-
I think one would have knocked her down,
Yeah.
but I
4
don't,
was a lot.
I don't know. She was in the motion of going towards the woman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're never condoning violence, but what we're talking about is their ability to convict this young man in this context.
From a legal standpoint.
It's not going to be
Yeah.
possible.
Because if he allowed her to stab her and the lady died right there, whether it was her fault, if she started the fight or not, he doesn't know this. He's just showing up.
Yeah.
Then we would have been calling for his head
That's right, because he didn't stop her.
because he didn't. It's just like, come on, y'all. It's a complex situation.
Let's talk to Tiffany. Hi, Tiffany. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to On Point.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to get on again.
Oh, no, of course.
But I just started listening to you all. I enjoy your topics. I was calling to talk about the football player in Rockville. South
Yeah.
Because I live right there. I went to the prayer vigil. It was very peaceful.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering, they're not talking about
What happened?
But
Well, the NFL ball player killed
the
doctor,
guy,
his
yeah,
wife,
okay. Yeah,
the
okay.
children.
That part, okay.
Did they ever find out what that was all about, Tiff?
he had degenerative disease that affected like violent mood swings. My husband said CTE.
Yeah,
I guess it's
CTE, yep.
something-
That's CT.
So, I was wondering why they're not talking about it much, because he's black and not white.
I don't know. Was the physician?
The fact was we were all white. Yeah.
They were all white.
Yeah.
They're all. Mhm.
I think the reason, and this is going to sound a little chilly, but it's probably true, as it relates to story importance and what was dominating the national media. I think his story got swallowed up in what was going on with the Derek Chauvin trial and then Dante getting killed in Minnesota also. I think they got lost in that.
Yep.
In addition to that story getting lost in the what's his name, Gavaltny, the Russia thing with Putin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there are three or four major stories going on, and they're only going to give us 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of stories end up like that. One major story would be the whole.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that was one mass shooting within five of them in 1
and,
week.
And
Just-
the other thing that's going to sound a little chilly, but it's true as far as press is concerned. It really depends on what day of the week it happened on.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because if it happens on a Friday, it can get lost over the weekend and never resurface again.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you.
How's things in South Carolina?
Well, South Carolina is very conservative. So.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's a very diplomatic way of saying things.
They're very blue. Not blue, I'm sorry, red.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So, but I'm more independent. But I don't choose and pick sides. I kind of go from a biblical perspective.
Yeah. How's things happening in church?
Church is good. We did attend one church. It was it's called Morning Star.
Okay. Where located?
They're in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Now they're I think they're conservative because they try not to do too much politics, but I can tell.
Why does that name sound familiar to me?
Rick Joyner.
Rick Jones. Okay.
Rick Joyner, yeah.
Okay.
We visited because they were open.
Okay.
So, church is good. We got Elevation.
Yeah.
Stephen Furtick.
You got some major ministries in South Carolina.
We do. So with Elevation, now it's rainy today, so I'm stuck in the house.
Well, it's good to have a place to be inside.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for calling us again. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
866-743-8267, 8267. This is On Point, the number one Saturday morning Christian-based call and talk show in America. Live every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Any smart device at David G. Evans 1. So, Pastor Nick, question is the Chauvin verdict a flash in the pan, or as some people are saying, is it the indicator that change is coming?
It's a sacrificial lamb.
Okay.
That's to me. There was no way they could get around this.
Yes.
It's a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, it was too
they had
much.
to send them.
I mean, and
Yeah,
they
they-
brought in, I understand the initial attorney general or prosecutor
Mhm.
said there was no case,
Yeah.
which caused the attorney general
Mhm.
to call in another team, because you can't have an execution on national TV and say there's no case.
You can't.
It's just silly.
You can't. You can't.
It's just silly. How do you do that?
Right.
You know, and we've said it before. It probably was the second most galvanizing public execution in human history.
Yep.
First being Jesus Christ himself, and the next being George Floyd.
Mhm.
That moved not just a nation, but moved the planet.
Yep.
You know, so it is. It's unbelievable that more progress has not been made, and
Yeah.
they really had to bring an all-star cast in
Mhm.
to support what everybody saw.
Yeah. When your own fellow officers and your own boss,
Yeah,
that's your cue that it's not
Yeah.
going to turn out well.
yeah, they lined him up.
Yeah, they lined him up.
Let's talk to Brenda. See what Brenda's. Good morning, Brenda. How you doing?
Good morning, Bishop and Pastor. I'm doing well this morning.
Welcome.
I just want to share with Commissioner Outlaw had stated to reach out to the communities for a change in our system, judicial system, and the way things are happening going on with policing. And for those that want to make a change, how they can go about making a change. And what she's doing is targeting the audience for the young youth in high school
Okay.
to become police officers, Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's great. I think that's the best thing I heard thus far, actually, because a lot of times, because we are being targeted and we are getting records with charges that will stop the youth from making a difference in the judicial system as far as policing. I think that's great. I think we should recruit more minorities and people within the community that all this is going on in the inner cities and the poverty areas to incite awareness and to bring awareness in a positive way in order for them to make change, Bishop. And I was agreeing with Commissioner Outlaw by going out to the high schools before these kids get criminal records, because, again, a lot of we're being targeted, and we're doing things that we should not be doing as young youth.
Yeah.
To provide with clothing or helping their parents or their family members, or just having money in their pocket, so they're doing certain things they shouldn't be doing, and they're getting caught for these things, whether it's shoplifting or whatever, Bishop, whatever is going on that's not.
Calling on point.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Brenda, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, continue, Brenda. Brenda, are you there? Brenda. Brenda, are you there? We lost Brenda.
Might have,
She might have switched over.
yeah.
Brenda, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here, Bishop. I'm sorry.
No, it was on our end.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you were on two lines at one time there.
Go ahead, Bishop. I'm sorry.
I said you were on two lines at one time.
Okay.
You were multi-dimensional for just a second. So, are you there, Bren? She took her out of line one. Now we lost her.
This is Angela from Kentucky.
Hey, Angela, how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Man.
All right.
I just love your system and how it works.
I'm tired. We're still trying to figure it out, obviously.
You guys are great. I appreciate the show and what you guys put to it. I wanted to make a really, really quick comment.
Go ahead.
My daughter, who lives in Louisville, Kentucky, was stopped yesterday by the police because her tags were expired. And she said as the police officer walked up to the window, she completely became unglued. The only thing she could think of was Sandra Bland and, all of this that has been going on. And she said the police officer was very nice and very accommodating and trying to calm her down. She said, but she felt like she was having a PTSD reaction to just being stopped by a police officer.
Wow.
How do you think that we as people of color are going to have to deal with how we now feel about law enforcement?
Well, I think that even bringing in what the lady before, what Brenda was saying, it is good to recruit more minorities into the system, but the system has to be changed so that the system does not discourage the young people from not only matriculating through the training, but also making it a career. The problem for us is that I was pulled over about a month or two ago, and I had my grandkids in the car with me, and they immediately panicked. Is he going to hurt you, Daddy? Is he going to hurt you? It was unbelievable. It broke my heart to hear them have the idea that something tragic was about to happen. But I'm at an advantage because I served on the turnpike, and I show my badge and all, and so it normally calms the whole situation down. But the tension is there before I show my ID. And when I show my ID and what I used to do for the state, then it's like, oh, okay, he might be okay. Hand comes off the gun. But my children are watching this and believing something tragic is about to happen. And I think, and they're only 6 and 7 or 5 and 7 years old.
Wow.
So their mindset is, I had to reassure them, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. My granddaughter was upset for hours after that.
Wow.
So what we have to do is teach our young people not to take chances with their lives in these situations. Also, if you're pulled, you got to know your rights. We need to teach folk what their rights are, but also how to negotiate your own safety in a situation like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to teach that until the system is changed enough so it doesn't matter as much who you are when you're pulled over. So recruiting is good, but re-educating is also good, so that we understand what's going on with us going forward. And for my children, my grandchildren, to be that traumatized by the stop was an amazing thing for me to see.
Yeah.
It's real.
She was upset hours after.
Yeah.
She called me shaking. She called her dad. She called her sister. She had everybody on speed dial. All like, oh my God, what is happening?
Wow.
Because she was so afraid that she was just not going to make it out of that situation.
Absolutely. And I'm more tense, even though I have the advantage of having served at a state level. I'm more tense when they pull over. If I'm going to get a chance to have the conversation with them, to let them know, look, here, it's good. I'm not a bandit. Here, let me show you this so you know I'm legitimate.
Right.
And then let's talk about what you think I did. But without that, man, it's tense.
It is.
'Cause, this time, the guy had his hand on his Glock when he walked into the car, and I'm like, of course, I immediately lowered all the windows in the car. So he's looking at a kindergarten in the back seat, a second grader in the front seat. So I don't know how many guys will start blazing with that going on, but I'm like, oh, you need to see we're no threat to you. But he was like hyped.
Wow.
And now I'm thinking about it might have been the car too.
Of course.
Okay.
It probably
'Cause
was.
why
Okay.
would you be riding that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thank you both.
Thank you.
For your wonderful work. I thank you for what you're doing. You guys are great programming.
Thank you, man.
I'm enjoying everything, especially this is chess, not checkers.
Are you enjoying that?
Just love that.
Good.
Absolutely love that.
Good.
You guys keep up the good work, and God bless you.
God bless you now. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Are we out of time? We're out of time.
Overtime. Yeah.
All right. Brenda, can you call us back next week, please? We have run out of time.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that you all join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. and then join us for Engage Live at 9:45 to 10:45. And, of course, we come back with our another 11 a.m. Encounter Worship experience. So that's Encounter Worship at 8, Engage Live from 9:45 to 10:45. Encounter Worship at 11, and then at 6 p.m. is 10 Times Better. Now, we always have a pre-discussion at 5:30. So we want you to join us for the pre-discussion at 5:30. Then we have the 10 Times Better video, and then we come back and have another conversation regarding the video. It's always a great time. And once again, ladies, I want to thank you for making 10 Times Better, a 10 Times Better man, a very successful conversation. The ladies are really populating it like nobody's business. Now, email your prayer request to us at social@go2bethany.com. Subscribe to David G. Evans 1 and BBC of NJ. Oh, yeah, and the new DGEMS, that's my own podcast, and OnPointe podcast platforms. I want you to join us. DGEM, DGEM, and OnPointe are now in podcast platform. I want you to join us. What else you got, Pastor Nate?
That's it. Oh, just a reminder for the 14th.
All right, tell them again.
14th, the vaccine's here from 2
Okay.
to 4. We need
You
you
register?
to register as fast as possible so we can get the numbers in. The links are on our websites and on our social media pages. If
Yeah.
you want to call it in,
Right.
call Pastor Prescott, 107, extension 107, myself, extension 317 here at the church, and we'll get you taken care of.
See y'all later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.